Je teste. Un, 2, 3, je teste. Un, 2, 3, je teste. Un, 2, 3, je teste. Un, 2, 3. Un, 2, 3. لا 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 لا. اسمعني لحظة. طيح شوي. Je teste. Un, 2, 3. Je teste. Un, 2, 3, je teste. Un, 2, 3, je teste.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Please let's take our seats. Thank you. A very warm welcome to this meeting today, the high-level scientific meeting for the African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence, ARISE. It's a terminology you want to be friends with, to be used quite a bit, the acronym throughout the meeting. The idea is for us to convene and share ideas in terms of research and innovation and how this can be applied in different aspects of our life. My name is Obed from the African Academy of Sciences, and I'm pleased to welcome you to Tunisia today on behalf of colleagues. Without further ado, I'd like to hand over to the Master of Ceremony, Mr. Hatem Karoui from Tunisia, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Bonjour. Sabah al-Khir. My name is Hatem Karoui. You can pronounce it Hatem Karoui in French or Hatem Karoui in English also. So in Arabic, Hatem Karoui. In Espanol, I don't know exactly. Hatem Karoui. Puede ser, no lo sé. Then welcome to this big and fashion event, ARISE, organized by AAS, the African Academy of Sciences, and also from Institut Pasteur de Tunis. I'm happy and proud to welcome you in Tunisia. Have you been in Tunisia before? Is there here who is for the first time in Tunisia, please? Okay, the majority is for the first time in Tunisia. Okay, who is here more than 40 hours here in Tunisia? So I think that you understand and you speak Tunisian, no? I'm sure. Some few words, yeah? Okay, I will test your knowledge in Tunisian language, just for a few minutes. I will test, you know, when you want to know a country, you must know the good words and also the bad words. Okay? I will test your knowledge. Okay, I will say you some words and you will tell me if is it a good word or a bad word, okay? I will begin with the first word. Mahlek. Is it a good word or a bad word? Good word, yeah, thank you. You can applaud yourself, yeah? Yes? And I will tell you another word. Khit. Khit. Is it a good word or a bad word? Bad word, yes, you can applaud yourself, yeah. Mahlek, it means, oh, you are pretty, the first one. And khit, you are disgusting. Khit, khit. You can tell it to maybe to someone who is not good. Khit. Or maybe the food is not good. Khit, okay? So this is a good word to know. نحبك. نحبك. Is it a good or bad word? Good or bad? The Tunisian will not participate also, yeah? Because they know everything. Good or no, or bad? Good or bad? Bad. No, it's good. I love you. نحبك means I love you. نحبك. Okay? Another word? نكرهك. نكرهك. Is it a good or bad word? Tunisian don't participate. Yeah, it's a bad word. I hate you. نكرهك means I hate you. Okay? Remember this word. So just, it's a little introduction to Tunisian language. محلاك. Oh, you are beautiful, you are fantastic. خيت, disgusting. نحبك, I love you. نكرهك, I hate you. Okay? So we can begin with the serious things. Now that you know the principal words of Tunisian language, and I have the honor, we say it like that, yeah? The honor to invite on the stage Dr. Emna Hriga, a RISE Fellow from Institut Pasteur de Tunis. This or this?
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I am very honored and pleased to have you here, all of you today. It is from my heart that I'm welcoming you all in our beautiful country. Welcome to Tunisia. I would also like to extend my very heartfelt thanks to our guests from the African Academies of Science and the ARISE team. I can't see Obed and Peggy, but yeah. So I am really very thankful for them, for the trust they have put in our country, in our institution, and in our team to be the local host for this big event. So as you all know here, the extent of the ARISE program as a real pillar for innovation and research to make Africa better through research and innovation. I would like also to welcome all the representatives from the European Commission, our representative from the African Union, and all the ARISE fellows and their colleagues that have joined us here today. And I would like to thank you for being here. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing until now. And without being too long, I would like to invite all the distinguished speakers that will give us a welcome word to welcome you for this second conference of the ARISE program. And once again, welcome to Tunisia. Welcome to their second home.
Thank you, Emna. So now is the moment to invite Dr. Peggy Oti Boateng, Executive Director of AAS. Do you prefer this microphone or this one? This, okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, okay. Thank you so much, our host, for bringing us here. I know it was a lot of logistic, arrangement, but we're pleased to be here. It's seamless for many of us. We're pleased to be here. So to start the meeting, Excellencies, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is my single honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the second in the series of the ARISE Fellows Scientific Meeting. We deem this very important in having you here, and I extend our hearty welcome to all of you. Those of you who are here in presential, and a lot of us are also connected online. This is a great demonstration of the power of research and innovation. We had the first of such meeting on the margin of the World Science Forum in South Africa. It was a very important meeting with a lot of outcomes. And we're also pleased to be here today at the invitation of our RISE Fellows here in Tunisia, and in particularly the Institut de Pasteur in Tunisia, for hosting us. Your presence here is an indication of your belief in the mandates, the vision and mission of the African Academy of Sciences. Our three mandates is recognition of excellence through highly prestigious fellows and awards. Our second one is providing the think tank advisory function and foresight for shaping Africa's STI strategies and policies. And the third, which we really pride in, especially for you, the Arise Fellows, is implementation of key science, technology, innovation programs that impacts on Africa's developmental prospects. And we are guided, and it's very important now, on the paradigms of what is happening globally. We are also guided by our core values of integrity, diversity, excellence, empathy, and collaboration through respect and fairness. These mandates resonate with all our vision and mission of leveraging science technology for sustainable development of Africa. Excellencies, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, today we are not only here to celebrate the achievements of our exceptional African Research Institute for research initiative for scientific excellence, which is ARISE scholars, but also to affirm the critical role of science in shaping the Africa we want. And with this meeting, it's happening at a very important time when we are reviewing the TISA 2024 and also writing the TISA 2034. So most of the outcomes that are coming out of the meeting will be important in also shaping the African we want, particularly TISA 2034 in the next 10 years. We're looking at areas of healthcare, agriculture to renewable energy and technological innovation, scientific advancement for achieving the African we want. We have brought together the brains of Africa, but not only Africa, but also the brains of Africans in the diaspora. We have brought together global partnership from Africa, from Europe, from the Americas, and some of our colleagues will also join us from Asia, and also as far back as New Zealand and Australia. The African Academy of Sciences is fully committed to empowering researchers and fostering a thriving research ecosystem on the continent. We believe that in investing in scientific talent and infrastructure is key to unlocking Africa's vast potential. This gathering of Africa's great minds convening is a testimony to the excellence in research that already exists on our continent. The achievements are the beacon of hope, demonstrating that Africa's scientists are at the forefront of addressing our most pressing challenges. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Academy, the Governing Council members who are present, our distinguished partners, the European Commission, who has mainly funded this program. We're pleased to have you all here, and we hope that this gathering is going to rejuvenate our partnership, but not only that, but also be able to advise or give your expert advice to this young, world-class scientists we call the ARISE scholars. We also are privileged to have with us ministers. Some of them, are connected, senior scientists, educators, and collaborators. We have university leaders in science and education from Africa, Europe, the US, and the diaspora. We also have the United Nations agencies, UNESCO, UNECA, World Meteorological Organization, International Atomic Energy, development partners, the EU, our donors, the African Union Commission, for Science, Technology, and Innovation, IODA, NEPAD, and our distinguished scientists who are gathered here. We hope this meeting, with over 14 sessions, will be a chance to affirm Africa's human capital for driving the African we want, hinging on science, technology, and innovation. On behalf of the President of the Academy, Professor Les Costin, the Governing Council members, the Secretariat, my team led by Dr. Ogiga, fellows of the Academy, associate fellows, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the government of Tunisia, led by Minister of Science and Technology, Pasteur Institute, for accepting to host the second convening of the ARISE grantees. Global and African experts, high-level AU-EU delegation, fellows, and friends for making this meeting a reality. We look forward to a successful 3.5 days in showcasing how science is working for sustainable development for the African we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peggy Oti Boateng. Now we welcome Mr. Gianfranco Bochicchio from the delegation of European Union. Benvenuti. Preferisce quello o quello? Okay.
Morning, everyone. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, Sbalachir. Buongiorno. It's a great pleasure for me to be here at the second scientific conference for the African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence, ARISE, here in Tunisia. I am representing the EU delegation in Tunisia, and I have the honor to be part of a significant gathering here today, which showcases the dynamic partnership between Africa and Europe in advancing scientific research and innovation. The relationship between Africa and Europe is built on mutual respect and a commitment to collaborative progress. Our cooperation on scientific research is a testimony to this principle. ARISE provides a vibrant platform and pathway for research and innovation with Africa and beyond, contributing to sustainable and inclusive development, economic growth, and job creation. This initiative embodies our joint efforts to support and nurture the next generation of African scientists, fostering a spirit of innovation and excellence. As a member of the EU delegation in Tunisia, I can attest to the potential of Tunisian and therefore African researchers, as well as the added value of this EU-African Union cooperation. Since 2016, Tunisia has been associated with Horizon 2020 and its successor, Horizon Europe, which is the EU framework program for research and innovation. It is the first beneficiary in the MENA region with almost 100 projects. This partnership has enabled Tunisian researchers to participate in numerous projects, contributing to advance in various fields, such as renewable energies, health, and digital technologies. The success of this collaboration is evident in the numerous joint research projects, which have produced tangible benefits for Tunisia and Europe. This demonstrates the potential of Tunisia to produce high-level research projects. Furthermore, the EU has played an important role in supporting Tunisia's national research strategy through various funding mechanisms and capacity-building initiatives. For example, PRIMA, Partnership for Research and Innovation in the Med region, SWAFI, Science with and for Youth, or ARES, Projet d'appui à la recherche scientifique de l'enseignement supérieur dans le secteur de l'environnement. These projects have strengthened bilateral and regional cooperation, addressing crucial issues such as environment, water management, and sustainability. Another important project is Medusa, which demonstrates the importance of EU-African Union cooperation and provides support at the economic, infrastructure, and education research levels. The project aims to directly interconnect, for the first time, the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean and the southern countries among themselves via high-capacity, multi-country optical fiber submarine cable. Medusa will offer secured connectivity for the research and education communities, which will be up to 200 gigabits per second per each country, per each African country, which is exponentially bigger than what is available today. The EU grant will extend access to users that would not be commercially viable otherwise. It would allow covering the needs of a growing number of universities, 500 as of today, institutes of higher education, and research centers across the North African region. There are opportunities that this powerful backbone will offer research and education, and we will certainly build innovative projects to advance the modernization and support the growth of our partners. In this slide, we encourage all our partners in the region, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, and Algeria, to embrace this unique opportunity offered by the Medusa project and work with the EU to develop digital initiatives, joint digital initiatives. Today, we come together to further strengthen this African Union-EU cooperation. Your dedication and commitment and hard work are inspiring and helpful in answering crucial questions for Africa, Europe, and the global community. The theme of this conference, Research and Innovation for Development, is especially pertinent. Through initiatives like ARISE, we are investing in intellectual capital that will propel Africa into a new era of scientific leadership. The current 25 million pilot phase of ARISE, mainly funded by the European Union, was launched in December 2020. It aims to broaden and strengthen Africa's science base, contributing to the transformation of Africa in a new knowledge-based and innovation-led continent. As we look to the future, it is imperative that we continue to strengthen our cooperation in scientific research. The European Union will continue to support initiatives like ARISE, which provide a platform for African researchers to thrive. We believe that in the power of education, research and innovation to transform societies and create a better future. We will strive to enhance synergies with other international initiatives, including with member states in a Team Europe partnership, as we say, and notably within the EU Global Gateway Africa-Europe project. Our partnership is intended to be inclusive and equitable, ensuring that researchers from all regions and backgrounds have the opportunity to succeed. By fostering a diverse and vibrant scientific community, we can achieve greater innovation and address the challenges of our society. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude for all those who contributed to the design and startup of this initiative, to the researchers on both continents, as well as to the managers and decision makers who facilitate the success of our EU-AU cooperation. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gianfranco Bochicchio. And now we invite to the stage Professor Samia Mnif, Directrice Générale of Institut Pasteur de Tunis.
Good morning. Distinguished guests from the Africa Academy of Science, distinguished guests from the African Union and the European Union, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to this landmark symposium. As the director of Pasteur Institute of Tunis, it's my privilege to open this event, which promises to be a confluence of brilliant minds and groundbreaking research. I send you greetings from Professor Ali Mrabet, our Minister of Health, who has other professional commitments and doesn't join us. Our institute has always been committed to fostering an environment of excellence and collaboration. The symposium is a testament to that commitment, bringing together researchers, scientists, and academics from diverse fields and backgrounds. I'm also delighted to welcome our distinguished guests from all parts of the African continent. Your participation in this meeting reflects the global nature of our scientific community and the shared vision we have for a future driven by knowledge and discovery. We are privileged to have such a diverse assembly of experts, researchers, and thought leaders gathered under one roof. I would like to welcome our esteemed guests from African Academy of Science for their leadership in implementing high-value programs to foster research and innovation in Africa. We are thankful for your trust in our institution and country in hosting this event. And at the Institut Pasteur of Tunis, we are committed to support all initiatives aiming at developing research and innovation and addressing global challenges. We always seek opportunity to explore new frontiers in research, to innovate, and to inspire each other for further achievements. Science and innovation are powerful engines of progress, capable of deriving sustainable development and addressing the myriad challenges we face. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, and attendees who have traveled from near and from far to be here. Your participation is what makes this meeting a success. I would like to congratulate Dr. Emna Hariga for this achievement. I extend my acknowledgement to all team members from Pasteur Institute of Tunis for their tireless efforts in supporting the organization of this meeting. Let us embrace the opportunity to challenge our perspectives and to build a stronger, more connected scientific community, to build a network of professionals committed to advancing Africa's scientific and innovative capacities. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you once again for your presence and participation, and thank you for your presence.
Thank you very much, Professor Sami Amnif, General Director of Institut Pasteur de Tunis. And now we invite Professor Helmi Merdesi, Director of Horizon Europe Programme at the Ministry of Higher Education and Research of Tunisia. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear friends. It's a great pleasure and really a renewed pleasure to be here amongst you today. So I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, and really would like to welcome all colleagues here from the African continent and of course from the AAS and from the European Commission. And has been mentioned previously by Mr. Gianfranco. Yes, Tunisia is indeed the first African and country from the MENA region to have benefited of the association to the Horizon Europe program. And in doing so, we are really infused with all aspects pertaining to responsible research and innovation. And of course, being associated, this means that we have full access to the European research area. And of course, we are endeavoring to also go and achieve all the objectives that are set under the Euro-Mediterranean initiatives. But of course, a meeting like today, Arise, which also bring us to the whole African country and an associated country. Of course, we are called to play a role and also to share our experience with the African countries. And we know that there are a huge amount of funding that are devoted to develop, to raise the capacity of African institutions and make research and innovations as a important driver for prosperity for our countries. And this also includes many aspects like building capacity, like support actions, like talent circulation, and all these aspects we are really aware of. And today we have, I see here today present with us at least 3 former ministers of the Tunisian government, 2 ministers of higher ed, former minister of higher education, scientific research, and minister also of ICT. And this is a testimony of the importance that we allocate to science and research and innovation. And also through Horizon Europe, of course, we endeavored and we tried to embrace excellence in our, to push ahead our researcher to be more competitive and to attract more funds. And the good news is that today, at midterm of participating at Horizon Europe, we have already attracted more funds than we did in the predecessor program, Horizon 2020. So really, I'm not at all surprised that the Institute Pasteur have always taken anticipatory steps to be to make pioneering actions in international cooperations. Since more than 2 decades, we have worked towards establishing ties between the 2 poles of the African continent. We have had good relationship with South Africa, and this has been done, of course, by colleagues from the Institute Pasteur. And today, as I said, I'm not surprised that one of the first fellowship of the AAS is from the Institute Pasteur, so congratulations. And also, this is the first, let's say, demonstration that we need to go further the Euro-Mediterranean basin and try to establish more cooperation with our colleagues from sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, once again, I would like to renew our great willingness to endeavor to reaffirm and to tighten our cooperation with these countries. You know that the European Union has devoted a huge funding, which is 150 billion euro, which is 1.5 times which is allocated to Horizon Europe. So this is also another testimony of the importance to develop a new and UA initiative. So I hope that you will benefit from this 3.5 highly scientific event. The program is copious. It has to do with many thematic areas pertain from digitization, renewable energy, health, and so these are the priorities, of course, set in the AUUA initiative. So once again, it's been a great pleasure and for me, and I would like to extend to you the warm thanks to my Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research. So thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Helmi Merdesi. Okay, so let's take, yes. Okay, we take a photo of this group. Okay. Okay, after the photo. Thank you very much. Now that the opening ceremony is ended, we start with the first session. A group photo of everybody? You mean everybody? Now?
No.
Okay.
1 minute. There is a miscommunication.
Yeah. Yeah, session 1B. So, thank you very much. Now, thank you. Yes, you can applause. So, the first session is about the global and African imperatives on cooperation in research and innovation, excuse me. And the moderator, please welcome the moderator, which is Professor Rajeh Sharqawi, AAS Vice President for North Africa. And Professor Rajeh Sharqawi will invite the two rapporteurs, yeah? The two rapporteurs. If you want, or I can invite them.
I prefer to call them one after.
One
if
after.
they are- Yes.
Okay.
If they have some presentation, it will be good that the others say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Rajeh Sharqawi.
Thank you. I am happy and honored to be in this proudly country. Of course, I am from Morocco. Morocco, Tunisia is exactly the same. It's North Africa. So I am Professor Rajeh Sharqawi. I am a member of the governing council of the African Academy of Science and vice president for the North Africa. And I am honored to moderate this session in which many distinguished personalities will participate. This session will focus on global and African imperative on cooperation, research, and innovation. And you know that is very important for our continent. It is clear that achieving sustainable development goals in Africa and around the world requires substantial investment and strategic, equitable, and inclusive cooperation in science, technology, and innovation. In September 2024, world leaders will gather at the Summit of the Future. Their goal is to restore trust and to create a new international agreement on how to improve cooperation to deliver a better present and secure the future. This session is a valuable opportunity to highlight success stories, share lessons learned, explore opportunities, and discuss the imperative of enhanced scientific cooperation. This cooperation is essential for contributing to sustainable development in Africa and globally. Today, we are honored to be joined by world-renowned panelists, experts, and head of major organization and institution. Before introducing them, I'd like to inform you that our session is scheduled to last an hour. Each speaker will be allocated 7 minutes to make a keynote presentation. After all presentation, we will open the floor for questions and comments. It's very important. We encourage you to engage with our experts, share your thoughts, and ask any question you may have, whether general or direct at a specific speaker. Now, let me call for the first speaker. Is Professor Liz Coston. Professor Liz Coston is currently the co-director within the Department of Science and Innovation and in the National Research Foundation Center of Excellence and Food Security in Pretoria, South Africa. She is an elected fellow of the South African Society for Plant Pathology and of the Academy of Science of South Africa. She is currently the newly elected president of the African Academy of Science and the first woman president of this academy, please. Professor, the floor is yours. Where is George?
Sure. Good morning. What a privilege to stand in front of all of you. Distinguished guests, fellows, Arise awardees, the future, the youth, the next generation leaders, and all our funding partners. As president of the African Academy of Science, I'm very pleased and honored to welcome you at the African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence, or ARISE, as we fondly call it, and it's truly ARISE, arising to the future challenges. This is the second scientific meeting and conference that we've held for ARISE in this beautiful Hamnet, Tunisia. And for many of us, it's a first visit and a great honor and an incredible pleasure to be here. We are here to discuss critical issues and themes of global and African imperatives for cooperation, for research and innovation. In our journey towards realizing the aspirational Africa we want by 2063, research and innovation stand as pillars not just for economic growth, but as the foundation of societal transformation and sustainable development. Our commitment at AAS is boldly articulated in our strategic plan, wherein we strive not only to further develop and drive scientific excellence in the continent, but to ensure that African science excellence is a lever for societal change and equality, in line with the United Nations Agenda 23 and UNESCO's vision that research shall serve all humanity. Global cooperation in research and innovation is not merely beneficial, it is imperative in the African Union and the EU, and we therefore feel that the ARISE program is an example of a bottom-up research focus and human capacity development initiative. It can be a game changer for Africa, and particularly now in a time of global geopolitical uncertainty. And on the other hand, a unique time in the history of the world in terms of science development innovation. It is very important that in this context that we remember excellence in science thrives on a cross-pollination of ideas and resources. The cooperation is crucial as we jointly tackle global challenges that impact all of us, from climate change to public health crisis. Our collaborative efforts must be based on equality, respect, and mutual benefit, ensuring that no community, especially the disadvantaged, is left behind. The RISE program exemplifies our dedication to high-quality research and capacity building, as well as the creation of equal partnerships. From designing inclusive programs to fostering open science or jointly creating networks of collaboration, every facet of ARISE aims to enhance the quality and research of Africa's brilliant young minds and research agenda. It is important that quality research requires adequate resources, human capital and infrastructure, as well as having access to world-class technical infrastructure and expertise. And this we can achieve through open science initiatives. Where capacities lag, our cooperative efforts must focus on building that knowledge networks, systems, and capacities, beyond only doing research for research's sake, but turning research outcomes into real-time solutions to address the continent's unique challenges and to lead the world in innovations for the future. Further, partnerships must be equitable. The history of global research and innovation has often been marred by unequal relationships, where the priorities and needs of African nations were not always considered or prioritized. And this is important because within ARISE, we have shifted this game plan, introduced a future framework for the next generation of leaders and science excellence. We are now championing a new paradigm of truly reciprocal partnerships, ensuring that our collaborators advance the priorities of both Africa, the European Union, and its global partners, particularly in critical areas such as public health, green transition, and technological innovation. Successful cooperation requires commitment from all stakeholders, and we are therefore encouraging and actively seeking counterpart funding from African governments. We want to see that commitment, and this we can achieve through science grant councils, as financial commitment is essential for sustainable and impactful outcomes in Africa. Your support and initiative is important for us in the ARISE program and for the African initiative. And finally, we must adopt a patient and inclusive approach. We therefore aim to minimize disparities in research capabilities across the African continent. We will deliberately investigate and give input into unreserved areas, regions, and groups. The African ARISE program is pioneering this effort, and we are already ensuring 38 African countries' participation. We are committed to supporting the development of the educational pipeline to grow our future science leaders, professors of the future, and fellows, and finally our Nobel laureates from this continent. And we dream of a whole generation that will change the world for better. Let this conference be a catalyst for robust dialogue and renewed commitments. Together, we can harness the power of research and innovation to build a more equal, prosperous Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liz Coston, for this very interesting presentation showing the utility, the vision, and the strategy for our continent, the Africa. Thank you. So we now move to the second panelist. There is a little change. I call Professor Helmy Madarsi, Director of Horizon Europe Program at the Ministry of Higher Education and Research in Tunisia. Professor, is here? Yes, thank you, Professor.
So good morning again. And just to extend upon what I have said earlier this morning, from the Tunisian perspective, research and innovation. Yes, these initiatives and all the projects that we need to carry out, which are based on research and innovation, are of course important for our strategy to move towards more prosperity. And as I said also earlier, our association to the Horizon Europe and also in the other programs also, some of which have been mentioned earlier by by the honorable representative of the European Union, and like Medusa, which is also important. And we are, of course, seizing this opportunity also to invite all countries, neighboring countries, to participate too, because it's really open a new era of cooperation with the European Union, but also it has, we can also reward the benefits of this initiative, important initiatives. And many also other partnerships have been established since our association to Horizon Europe. The PRIMA program was very important when we have to deal with the nexus, for instance, energy, water, and alimentation. And Tunisia has been the second country in terms of number of participation, and the third in terms of accepted and signed contracts. This was important for us because, as you know, as an associated country, we also belong to another category in the let's say the European research area. We are considered as as a widening country, and this is a definition of importance because, as you know, joining the EU efforts to make a better future through research and innovation, we need, of course, to work on an equal footing. And this means that countries like Tunisia or like Malta or many other European and non-European countries who may not have the same level of research and innovation, because we cannot compete with countries who have 2 centuries of tradition in terms of research and innovation. So we are considered as widening countries, and as such, of course, we are also, we have great opportunities to benefit of funding that are devoted to increase our research capacity, to introduce structural changes in order to make sure that research activities can be carried out in an optimal conditions. So being part of all these networks are very also important. And what I would like to say also from our experience of being associated to Horizon Europe is that participating to such a huge and highly competitive program require to put in place organizations that helps promote in such a program, and this is of course important for us. This is why we have a network of program committee delegates that align our priorities, particular those that address regional priorities and regional challenges, and this is important, of course, to be to take into consideration the southern aspects. And to have also a network of national contact points to promote the program and try to prompt researchers to participate into a higher level to this program. And of course, the widening project, the widening funding is very important because it helps our institutions to gain and to through coordination and support action to be more competitive. So I think that Arise also offer another platform, another opportunity for researchers to, let's say, bring out more specificities of that and help us to be, let's say, more competitive, and this is why it is really important, and it is a great pleasure to see that Tunisia is and young researchers are participating to this initiative. And I remember that last year also with the concourse of the European Union with DG SDG RTD, and Ms. Fadila Bourhanmi here present. It is also a great pleasure to have her with us today. We have also organized a webinar that is focused on those calls that are destined to the Euro-Mediterranean region, but also to the AU, to African Union, EU initiatives. And I remember that we had more than 250 participants. So this is, I would like also to highlight, and something that we are proud of. And I think that we will try to have our second edition. So once again, it's really a great pleasure to be here with you and to see that we have. I mean, the audience really is something that really we are very happy, very delighted to see such all these distinguished colleagues from African countries gathered here in this beautiful Hammamet. So once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Helmi Madarsi. I thank you for your to push for cooperation and collaboration, and congrats to Tunisia to be associate member of this important Horizon Europe program. Thank you. And now we will move to the third speaker. Is Professor Atto Harma. It will be in virtual. Frederick Atormata is the professor of environmental and sustainable science at the University of the Cape Coast. Professor Harma is an interdisciplinary scientific with deep interest in the natural and human dimension of environment and health. And you know that it's very important in this century. He has served as consultant to several organizations and government agencies, both local and international. He is currently Director of Research and Programs at Association of African University. So his presentation will be virtual. Please, I don't know how. Who is in charge? In a few minutes, so I can go to the other. So we will have the presentation in a few minutes. Not to lost time, I go directly to the others who are virtually also. See Professor Karaichi Abdul Karim, President of the World Academy of Science. And also is the first time we have a woman in this very important association. Please, it's important to show. Abdul Karim is a professor in clinical epidemiology at Columbia University, USA, and pro-vice chancellor for African health at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. It's a very known woman, and her scientific excellence has been recognized through more than 30 honors and awards. So her presentation will be in virtual. They are trying, no problem. It's not easy, but. TWAS, the World Academy of Science for Developing Countries, is the voice for science in the South, and it's very important. I know them very well because I am a member of this organization. Here we will have Professor Frederick Atto. Good. We have the. Professor, your microphone is mute. No, always mute. Try again, perhaps. So if you see that we have many organizations in our country, in our continent, so I think we can in the future have many good things for our continent. I will profit of this to present the other panelist speakers. It's the last speakers. It will Professor Lydia Arturo Brito, Assistant Director General for Natural Science in UNESCO. She will also present. Yes, perhaps if you have some question for the two panelists, it will be good to be sure to have time. If sometimes someone have a question for the two panelists, please. One question, please. Yes. Yeah. Give the phone. The microphone. Someone have a microphone, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Noman Ferry. I'm an investor in deep tech. A question to both of you. Can you expand of any scientific research collaboration between your two countries? Thank you.
Another question?
Please, you can come here. It's better.
There we are. Okay. Well, we were actually talking about it just now, and actually saying we need to capture the initiative in the moment. South Africa and Tunisia, in fact, has a long-standing scientific collaborative initiative, several, in fact. And we were just actually saying that we should strengthen that north-south bond with Morocco. We've also got traditional, and Egypt, very strong science collaborations. And I think that will be the kind of strength we'll have and we need for the future, just to start crisscrossing throughout the continent and linking these different centers of excellence.
Yeah, and I would like to add that all these collaborations have been prompted by a bilateral funding, Tunisian and South African co-fund, and regularly we have calls asking colleagues from South Africa and Tunisia to compete for funding in a joint project, and there have many projects, many areas of research. And also I know that at Pasteur Institute also they have great ties at the beginning with Western Cape University, with the SAMBI, South African National Bioinformatics Institute, but also many other projects in agriculture, in digital, and many fields, of course.
I can maybe also just add to it that if we look at traditional strengths in the African continent in terms of export, and I'm now thinking of fresh produce and other agricultural commodities, it's interesting to note that within the Mediterranean basin, Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, they are really extremely effective in terms of the export market and having market access, meaning complying with international requirements and standards. And the same for South Africa, that's got this historic, strong export relations with Europe, and that can only grow and strengthen. And then in the middle we have Kenya as well, and now growing in importance, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. That's really stepping into this global arena of exports. And with that, and in support of that, comes your strong scientific research base that has really strengthened our export and enabled us to put quality produce on the markets globally. And I think that can only grow, and Africa can become the food basket of the world in the future. And we can turn around this primarily being a food import continent to a food export continent. And as you know, Africa is food insecure, but we have the potential to become food secure if we can get the research and innovation and linking it to, for instance, global food production and playing a more important role in that. And that's one example. I think there's more questions.
Thank you. My name is Gift Mekana from Zimbabwe. So this question is directed to the President of the AAS. During your talk, you highlighted something that is very important, where you said we need a commitment from the African governments in terms of funding. And what I remember very well when we attended the World Science Forum in South Africa, the former President, Dakora, gave a message to President Ramaphosa to say, can you please go and tell the African Union that we need money? We need to have more funding for science, for research in Africa. And this is just a follow-up question to say, has this message been delivered? And if so, do we have anything that is being discussed with regards to increasing funding, especially from the African government? Because we are really fighting for the few resources on the African continent in terms of funding. I can tell you there are so many researchers, excellent researchers. It's not only the Arise Fellows, but there are other outstanding researchers, but because the resources, we do not have a lot of resources, so probably we have a few of us who are being sponsored. So I need to know, President, whether this message was delivered to the African Union. President Ramaphosa was given this message by the former President of the African Academy of Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you it's a good question, and yes, that message was delivered. It was delivered within our government, and I think you will see how the DSI, our Department of Science and Innovation, is really stepping up and taking the lead, and will do so, particularly now in preparation for the Future Summit at an African Union level, and linking with others such as NEPAD, etc. There is a commitment. And I know originally within the African Union there was a call for African countries to increase the percentage of funding towards science and innovation and then agriculture, etc. And yes, that maybe hasn't materialized yet, but there is changing winds in the continent. And I believe we will see that impact, particularly if we can put partnerships such as this on the table. So I do think we will see that commitment. I also want to say, I think President Ramaphosa has got his hands full at the moment. So once he's sorted out that problem, I am sure he's going to step in and address the science agenda and funding. There's another question.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Edem Mahu, and I'm from the University of Ghana. This is just a follow-up to my colleague Gift's question. It's to do with what our governments are doing to support the work that we, these young scientists, are trying to do on the continent. Indeed, the question that Gift posed shows clearly that we don't get enough support when it comes to funding and other logistics to do research. But unfortunately, when we even get the support from international organizations, we are not given the enabling environment. I have been interacting with a couple of my colleagues here about just buying equipment to do research from our ARISE grants. And this has been a big hurdle for we scientists. Even though we are not getting the support, some of us are faced with ridiculous duties, custom duties on monies that are meant for research. And then we ask ourselves, where do we stand? Who are we working for? So my question is, what kind of enabling environment are our governments creating for us as scientists on the continent? Thank you very much.
That's a very important point. I think one of the most important future investment portfolios will be to create that more conducive and enabling environment. And that's why we are looking at open science platforms, linking African scientists with, for instance, European scientists and centers of excellence, to allow them access to the world's top infrastructure and facilities, but then also to once building that competence and that knowledge and know-how, to bring them back and then to invest in developing the African infrastructure, science infrastructure. But it's not only the science infrastructure, and it's also about having the technical competence, and then also having that supportive infrastructure, the roads, just internet connections, as we can see today. I mean, those are basics. And then project management, financial management, and that together is something that we are focusing on and trying to create and support.
Okay. Yeah, if I may add, I mean, we are also facing such a problem. I mean, in Tunisia, in providing, let's say, an environment that allow researchers to perform and indeed being part, being associated, we can now have access to the widening funding that I was talking about. And I think that it is important also to address all those calls that are addressed to the African countries and mostly are funding of, let's say, CSA nature, which are cooperation, support, action, which are bottom-up projects. And then, of course, even though African countries are not associated, but they can also be part of a consortium. And then if you have really a platform to develop or a specific objective that you would like to develop the environment around, this is also something that is feasible. And we do insist a lot when we are promoting Horizon Europe, for instance, in Tunisia, to bring to the consortium third countries and particularly when it has to do with coordination and support action. And this is the best way. I think that in the former program there were no funding devoted to equipments, for instance, but in under Horizon Europe you have 30% of the funding you get. You can also develop your technical platform with.
Thank you. I want to ask a question to our president, ARISE president. In that case, Professor Lise. I'm Professor David Onyango from Maseno University, Kenya. And we know that ARISE basically stands for aspect of cooperation, aspect of excellence in research and innovation. Currently, I would want to ask a simple question that in regard to the are there already existing repositories in regard to what ARISE has done so far? Because we assume that we are walking the talk, but we don't know if at all we have already, if the plane has already left the runway. Are there repositories available in regard to what ARISE is doing so far that we can make reference to so that we know that, okay, we are moving in the right direction? Aspect number one. The aspect number two is in regard to the research that we are doing. Currently, we are doing a lot of research within Africa, in and out of Africa. But basically, the basic thing that we're supposed to do is to change the societal outlook in terms of products that we're coming up with. Are there already products or aspects that we can now say that we can now scale to the market or commercial stage, that you can say that, okay, this is research that is being done within Africa, we have come up with this product, and this product is now ready for commercialization, so that we start generating money that can be plowed back into our aspect of research. And the third aspect is in regard to the collaboration bit of it. How is ARISE helping in the aspect of decolonization of research and publication? Because when you come to aspect of publications and some aspect of research, we still see that Africans cannot publish in those high-ended impact journals. And yet we are talking about, we are having aspect of collaboration, South-South, South-North collaboration. What is ARISE doing in regard to that aspect of decolonization of research and publication? Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, very important questions. And I'm really enjoying this because it's very important for the outcomes of this workshop. There's three issues on the table. Repositories. And I think I would like to add to it, not only repositories, but we need to look at biobanks, our intellectual property, and then big data. Who owns it, who stores it, who manages it, who uses it. And I think, and then I want to add to it, looking at continental exchange of and movement of people. And with that, you can add two other important things that I think everyone in this room will be able to identify with, and that's mobility and recognition, prior degree or qualification recognition. So let me first just start with repositories, and with that, for instance, your biobanks within a global context, and then also intellectual property. And we currently do not have a continental-wide agreement or system in place for IP protection, for streamlining our repositories, our biobanks, but it's currently being developed. There's a lot being done at the moment. It's perhaps not enough, keeping in mind that ARISE is now going into its second year. And very importantly is to look at the future and to see where we want to go with ARISE 2. And we believe that is going to be the pathway to unlock the research and the information and the data that's being generated now, and turn it into products, outcomes, and do the societal change we so desperately need. So at the moment, a lot is happening in ARISE 1. It will feed into the future and future funding, and particularly the global gateway and the discussions of not only doing research, but actually implementing initiatives for growth and sustainability. So sustainability in research is very important. And that takes me to your next question, and that is in terms of the decolonization of the research mandate publications. What I can tell you is part of the big global publishing houses, and I'm now talking about Springer, Elsevier, et cetera, all of them are currently engaging in how can we include partnerships in terms of including more African editors, senior editors, reviewers, African reviewers, and how can we encourage and entice African scientists to publish in these journals, and through also obviously funding initiatives, incentives, and collaborations. So this is a priority for all the top journals and publishing houses at the moment, and I'm a senior editor in some of them, and I can tell you it's a priority, and it's being actively pursued. And then your next one is also in terms of research and infrastructure, and that is another critical element that we currently being developed for us, is to open facilities to ensure that we can start sharing not only methods, equipment, and yes, we do get equipment in. It's often obsolete, end of the range. We do not have the support infrastructure in the continent to maintain the equipment. And I think that's another big debate, and we're currently engaging with some of the big companies providing equipment and looking at a continental agreement to support us, particularly in terms of the technical infrastructure. I don't know if there's another question. There's another one. Two more.
Thank you very much. My name is Maria Stella Namialo, and I work for the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. Should I stand? Okay. Let me stand. Thank you very much. So I just had a comment on what has already been mentioned in regard to government funding. So I work for the Office of Science, Technology and Innovation, and some of the work that we're doing is looking at innovative domestic financing for R&D. That's one of the programs I'm leading, and recently we supported the setup of the National Grand Challenges initiatives in Malawi and Rwanda. And the other thing I wanted to mention was about the tax exemption. I think someone mentioned that there are no tax exemptions on R&D equipment, which I think is not right. When you look at countries like South Africa, they have 100% deduction on qualifying R&D expenditure. So best countries like Kenya have the same, Nigeria, Ghana, Uganda, I could mention very many of them, Rwanda. I think what we need to do when you're trying to apply for like tax exemptions, first of all, you need to consult the relevant authorities, find out which type of equipment qualifies for tax exemption. And then the second thing is to have proper documentation, because I've known of instances where you go to the revenue authorities and they're like, no, there's a document missing. And then you get frustrated and you're like, it's fine, let me just pay this tax. So I think that is also something we need to look at. And then also priority setting. And I was looking at the program and I noticed that we're going to have a session where we talk about priority setting. It's very important to find out what are the areas of focus of your country, of your member state, so that even when you're doing your research, and in most cases, like in Africa, one of the focuses on healthcare. So in case your research is under that, you qualify for tax exemptions. So to say that government is not supporting R&D, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's something we should say that they're not supporting, because there are ways government is supporting that might not be financial. For example, construction of roads, payment of salaries for researchers, maybe who are working in research institutions. There are ways government is supporting research that are in kind that might not necessarily be financial. And let's also not forget that sometimes member states have other competing priorities. Yeah, so that is something to look at. Thank you very much. That was just my comment.
I think it's very important. We are getting the truth from the audience today, and I really, it's wonderful to see the next generation of Arise standing up and asking key questions, but it's also very good to get that feedback from NEPAD. And I agree with you, those grand challenges and the regional priorities is very important. And yes, I'm just talking about equipment, test methods, sharing it. And I think one topic that I haven't really heard is accreditation and standards bodies. And I think that's where your International Accreditation Forum and your different regional accreditation bodies play extremely important role, particularly in terms of laboratory accreditation and also training of competent laboratory technicians and staff. So yes, there's a lot of priorities. There is currently initiatives on the go, mapping capacity in the continent, all the key stakeholders, funders, but most importantly, the research expertise and centers of excellence. So both IAC and several other bodies are currently mapping the expertise, and very important not to forget the in-kind contribution.
Well, maybe I would like also to add, to expand for those maybe who would like to carry out some R&D activities. Also, it is important to look also at the opportunities that are offered at the international levels. I'm going to speak again about, for instance, all those opportunities and the Pillar 1 of Horizon Europe for those, for instance, Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, MSCA, when very early, PhD or even postdocs. The problem is that many researchers ignore and maybe are not aware of all the opportunities. But really, if you are addressing a typical research activities, so you can benefit of funding and try to establish collaboration with excellence centers in Europe, and then if really your research activity had to add in terms of knowledge, this is also something to explore, and maybe you can bypass, at least at the beginning, the difficulties that you encounter when there is a lack of resources from your own country. And definitely, the more you have research activities, of course, the more you have decision makers that are willing to respond to all these requirements to increase the capacities. So this is like something also to think about, and this is why, first of all, participate into international initiatives like Arise or like the EU initiatives is a first step to raise the awareness of decision makers at the national levels.
Yes, I have a question here, please.
Thank you. I think we have now Professor Frédéric Atto online.
Can I go ahead with my question, please?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Protus Haritakang from the Institute of Medical Research and Medicinal Plant Studies in Cameroon. While we understand that different countries have different laws, I think we cannot have one rule that fits all. But we also recognize that in the Horizon Europe, from Pillar 1, we have different categories of funding. We have research excellence, we have the MSCA, which is mostly for mobility. For students, we have research infrastructural development. Arise, which is a separate fund, which fits like one of those which we were made to understand, focuses more on research excellence. But you realize, I think if we can do a survey, we'll realize that for the technical platforms, we still send either all the fellows or our students abroad. When you have research excellence, you don't have a technical platform, it's limiting, for example, in health research. So I think I would be pleased if Arise can focus more infrastructure and technical platform development. So when you get that funding, and in the process of assessing the success of Arise, to see the kind of technical platforms that are developed. And I think it will have an impact in our governments, because already with ARISE, I think the fellows will bear with me that the impact in our various countries is giving a better recognition for some of the things we are doing. And of course, it would overrule some of those laws. For those where there were no exonerations from custom, when they recognize their scientific research, they introduce it into the laws. And so I think it's a process. So going forward, if we can look at development of technical platforms, the research excellence will follow. Intra-African mobility would increase. And I think some of the things that we are crying for, the development, which falls within the ARISE objectives for African researchers to thrive and develop Africa, I think would ameliorate. So I think if ARISE can look at things from that perspective while evaluating the success of this ARISE pilot project, it will help the steps going forward. Thank you very much.
I just want to add to that. That's a very important point, and that's part of the follow-up and the next phase of the ARISE. And I think the visibility stage is where we really are now, where the impact of the research and the initiatives that we have in place is really becoming more visible. So we'll see that shift happening. I want to add one thing around mobility, and it was a point I wanted to add to the discussion, and it's a very important point. And it's an important point to put forward to the African Union, to the different governments within the continent and in Europe, and that's if we want mobility, if we want to develop science capacity, we not only have to create that conducive environment, but we need to enable them in terms of moving between countries. Just getting a visa to come to this conference already was a challenge for many scientists in the continent. So first and foremost, we must have science mobility in our continent. And then if we step into, and this is one of the initiatives AAS is trying to negotiate and talk to governments and say, let's create a research visa for scientists, and particularly the ARISE program, and that's one of the issues we want to put forward to the European Union. And I know there's many countries, and it's a whole different discussion, but we need to ensure that our scientists can move, and particularly if they have long-term projects, 5-year initiatives, and they are working with other international players, they must be able to freely move and migrate to enable research, and we must create that conducive environment. And that's part and parcel of this initiative and the next generation of activities we want to launch.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Is there possibility to have Professor Frederick? Or you can, if there is a problem, we can put
esteemed colleagues, ARISE fellows, and all participants.
Yes,
it's a great honor to address you today on behalf of UNESCO at the open of the second scientific conference of the African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence, ARISE. The theme of this conference, Research and Innovation for Development, aligns profoundly with UNESCO's core mission. We are a global organization dedicated to advancing science, technology, and innovation, and we recognize that STI as a critical catalyst for sustainable development and economic growth. Guided by our commitment to international scientific cooperation, we aim to strengthen science systems and foster open science. We strive to enhance national and regional systems, STI systems, making them more accessible, transparent, inclusive, and aligned with societal needs. In today's rapidly evolving world, where scientific advancements and technological breakthroughs shape our societies, cooperation in research and innovation has never been more crucial. Through collaboration and knowledge sharing, we can tackle our planet's complex challenges and pave the way for a sustainable and prosperous future. Distinguished participants, UNESCO is dedicated to strengthen partnerships and cooperation in research and innovation, both within the African continent and between Africa and the global scientific community. We firmly believe that knowledge should transcend the confines of academic institutions, becoming accessible to all individuals, regardless of their background or location. The UNESCO recommendation on open science, adopted in 2021, underscores our commitment to this vision. This recommendation provides an international framework for open science policy and practices, aiming to bridge the technological and knowledge divide between and within countries. It advocates for open access to scientific knowledge and collaboration, which is essential for addressing global challenges. We believe science flourishes when shared and are proud to see ARISE exemplifying this principle. Moreover, I'm delighted to highlight the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development proclamation for 2024-2033. This decade signifies global recognition of the pivotal role of science in achieving sustainable development. It calls upon us all to harness science for the betterment of humanity and our planet. I would also like to mention UNESCO's support for reviewing the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2024, STISA 2024, and the ongoing development of STISA 2034. These strategies are instrumental in accelerating Africa's transition to an innovation-led and knowledge-based economy. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all ARISE fellows and researchers. Your dedication and hard work are laying the foundation for a brighter future for Africa. Let us continue to foster connections, inspire, motivate, and build mutually supportive networks. Together, we can accelerate the transformation of lives in Africa through science. As we gather here today, remember that we are more than researchers, scientists, or policymakers. We are change makers, capable of transforming lives through science. I encourage us to embrace the spirit of collaboration, openness, and innovation that ARISE embodies. Let us leverage the power of science, technology, and innovation to create a sustainable and inclusive future for Africa. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and enriching conference.
So please, can we have the other? We have Professor Frédéric Atto and the Professor Lydia Arturo Brito. Technical problem. Good. Professor, you have the floor.
in global science policy making, agenda setting, and equitable partnership arrangement. Now, the AAU has been involved in all of these areas that I've alluded to earlier. In terms of research, we've been involved in mobilizing regional capacity initiative, the study program on higher education management in Africa. We've also been involved in quality and relevance of university research within national innovation systems, and with particular emphasis on the governance issues. We've also been involved in the Africa Centers of Excellence initiative that is funded by the World Bank. In terms of higher education access and mobility, we've also been involved in strengthening higher education stakeholder relations in Africa, what was known as the Sheshra Project. And then we also realized that when it comes to collaboration on the continent, intra-African mobility is scarce. And we believe that one of the domains that we can actually tackle to address this gap is harmonization of African higher education, quality assurance and accreditation, what is known as the HACA initiative, which is sponsored and funded by the European Union. And then when it comes to research, education and management, we have also been involved in the Science Granting Councils. So the AAU has been involved in a number of initiatives that are relevant to the continent when it comes to fostering interdisciplinary partnerships among researchers, among networks, among governments, and even among civil society organizations. Now, I'll look to one more thing before I draw the curtain down on this keynote. We've been involved in the Science Granting Councils, where we have sought to adopt and refine research innovation frameworks for 17 science granting councils on the continent, where we sought to design and manage high-quality research conditions, because we talk about the need to really do research. And excellent and high-quality research is predicated on funding. And we believe that one of the ways by which we can leverage funding is to look within ourselves. We have to do some introspection. The role of African governments in funding research must also be brought to the fore, while we look at other alternatives and other complementary approaches to doing this. We also need to monitor and evaluate research projects. We've been doing that, and mainstreaming gender equality, inclusivity, and ethical consideration in all our research innovation projects. And then we believe that high-quality data is also a prerequisite for high-quality decision-making. And one of the ways by which we can do that is to synthesize research results, develop research outputs, and disseminate it through a plethora of media. Some of the key achievements we've made is that all 17 granting councils in Africa, in Botswana, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe have all designed and managed research competitions and have successfully awarded grants to fund national projects. These projects that have been executed at the national level are in sync with their institutional and national research agendas. And we believe that this is something that we must applaud ourselves. But there are a few recommendations. We have spoken about inequitable partnerships this morning. And I believe one of the ways by which we can actually also address this issue is to institutionalize the African Charter on Transformative Research Collaboration to reform research, innovation, policy, and practice. This document has actually been given impetus by a number of the key stakeholders within the higher education landscape in Africa. And I believe that once we look at what the Charter talks about in terms of transformative research collaboration, we'll be doing ourselves a lot of good. We also need to strengthen coordination between international networks and then support African partnerships in the research and development sector. This is very, very important. African countries should be able to pool technological resources to address common challenges. And of course, the creation of a South-South Innovation and Technology Pact could potentially accelerate this process. I will say once again that thank you for inviting the Association of African Universities to be part of this important convening, and we believe that AAS will arise and Africa will also arise. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank thank you, Professor Frederick, for all this recommendation and comment. It's very useful, and you are right for all this recommendation. Perhaps if someone have a question to Professor Frederick. Yes.
Thank you, esteemed guests, those who are able to organize this particular conference or workshop. My question or concern goes to the presenter who just made some remarks in regards to the role of AU in unpuzzling the challenges that we are faced with as a continent in regards to research and innovation. And one, I'd like to make it very clear to him that there is one thing that AU needs to do, and it must do if it is indeed it is concerned with supporting research and innovation across the continent. Number one, it needs to unlock the physical barriers. The physical barriers. It is important for Morocco to know what is happening in Tunisia. Equally, it is important for Kenya to know what is happening in Tanzania. And that can only happen if we can easily and closely interact and share our experiences, compare notes on the research progress that we are making as a continent. It's all talking a lot of English and French. We need to unlock the physical and language barriers so that we can be able to share our research findings, research outputs to make the continent better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You are right. We have many barriers, and we have to broken this barrier, I think. Please, if the virtual for the last panelist is ready. Can you, Professor Frederick, have you some response for this comment? Did you hear me?
No, I mean, this has to do indeed with political commitments, or of course, having and the best example. I mean, when we see the important funding that are devoted to build the European research area, this also can be applied to an African research area when we share values, and then of course we break these barriers to be able to establish strong ties. So I think it's up to us, to our governments, to believe that we need first to develop such South and South-South collaboration on a equal basis, and build our research, African research area. And this will certainly provide us with even more, let's say, willingness and even competitiveness to be and to participate to other more ambitious funding programs. So I think we can pledge for an African research area where many aspects, and I think when we look at most of the challenges that has been highlighted now, there are still also challenges even in Europe, because many countries also have just recently joined the European Union, and they are not at the same level as many other countries. So this is also typically the situation in Africa, and we have to think at research not only as conducting research in labs, but also we have many regulatory framework to put ahead and to make a conducive environment, and this has not to be considered at one country level, but it has to be considered at a whole continental level. So yes, indeed. So this is very important aspects to be taken into account and brought to decision makers as an important aspects to be taken into consideration.
Thank you. So I think we will stop here because the time is very important, and we retain that collaboration South-South is very important, and we have to have some policies to help researchers in all areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajesh Sharqawi. You can applaud her. Thank you very much, Professor Lise Kirsten. And thank you very much also for Mr. Helmi Merdesi, Professor Helmi Merdesi. So now, let's take a photo together in 1 minute, just out of this room. And after we have 15 minutes coffee break, and we come back to this room. Thank you very much.
check son. C'est un deux test, essai un deux. C'est un deux test, test un deux essai. Check son, c'est un deux test. تسمع ولا؟ C'est un deux test, essai un deux. Check son, c'est un deux test. C'est un deux. Check son, c'est un deux test. تسمع ولا أيمن؟ أيمن c'est bon. Check son, c'est un deux.
One, two, three, test sound.
وصل لك صوت ولا أيمن؟ سي أندو تيست تقدر تتكلم أيمن؟ أيمن؟ ألو سي أندو تيست سي بون check sound سي أندو تيست أيمن تقدر تتكلم؟ أيمن؟
Je teste.
check sound سي أندو تيست تسمع ولا أيمن؟ سي
Oui,
أندو
laisse-moi.
مريقل سي أندو تيست 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 أندو إسي check
One,
sound
two, three, je teste. Test sound.
سي بون مريقل نورمال كل شيء مريقل check sound فمش بروي ولا حاجة؟
لا.
اوكي سي بون check sound c'est un deux test et c'est un deux
participants. It's a great honor to address you today on behalf of UNESCO. fellows, and all participants. It's a great honor to address you today. Making them more accessible, transparent, inclusive, and aligned with society.
He was good? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And the
Coffee,
sweet
very
things
nice.
also. So now we are going to the second session, which is about the capacities for research and innovation. The moderator is already here and is called Professor Stephen Agong, the Treasurer of African
Recording
Academy
in
of
progress.
Sciences. Please applaud him. Professor Stephen Agong, do you need this microphone or that one? As you like.
Even this one. Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. Feel most welcome to this second session. I want to kindly request all the presenters who are present here to come up front here. All the presenters who are present here, we have got quite a number also online. So if you are in here and you are making a presentation for this session, kindly come up front. We are looking at session 2A, which is focusing on capacities for research and innovation as we consider these important discussions that we have been having since morning. So we have got quite a number of presentations. Our keynote address is going to be presented to us by none other than Professor Shaukat Abdulrazak, the Director for Africa, for the African Division at the International Atomic Energy Agency in Austria. Professor is going to present to us virtually, and I'm sure is online already. Can we put our hands together to welcome our presenter, Professor Shaukat Abdulrazak.
Thank you very much, Professor Agong. Can you hear me?
You are very clear, and I'm sure in a short while we are seeing you online as well.
Are you able to see me, right?
Yes, we are able to see your presentation. Go ahead, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. And let me let me take this opportunity to thank the African Academy of Science, the President, and my good friend, the Executive Secretary, Peggy, and all distinguished ministers and invitees who are there, and my fellow colleagues who are going to make presentations. after me and those who did before. I just want to share with you some thoughts on research and innovation for social justice. This is what I was requested to speak. And from the onset, Prof, I really have to make an apology immediately after. I will have to leave because of other engagement. Nevertheless, just to kick off my presentation, you can see my slides moving. Can I confirm that you can see the slides?
Yes, we can see your slide, Prof.
Okay,
Proceed.
you can see the slide, yeah?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Right now, just maybe to put ourselves in perspective, where do we stand in Africa? Things are not very good, neither are they very bad as well. But you can see globally in terms of the African countries in research and innovation, according to the global index, that's where we stand. And I have no intention to go through specific countries. But we are really faced with this challenge in terms of promising development and increasing recognition in terms of investment in research and innovation. So there is a need for us to really be more competitive and be able to do more investment, if I may use that word. In terms of research and development funding in Africa, you can see from the slide, although Africa represents about 18% of the world population, it only produces 1 to 2% of the global research and innovation output. And it really varies across board. But the continent, in terms of funding, of research and development, is just about 0.5% of the GDP when you compare it with the global average of 1.7%. I recall when I was in Kenya, I advocated for at least 2% of the GDP to be able to support R&D. But I know people are still on that path. In Africa, we are yet to reach even that 1%. Now, if you look at developed nations, United States, I'm just giving an example, Germany, there is a huge investment in terms of R&D. And there is, it's been seen that there is that correlation between investment in R&D, investment in research, innovation, and the economic growth as well. If I may pick an example of a country like South Korea, early 60s, South Korea was at par with many countries in Africa. Today, they have really leapfrogged and moved up. And one of the reasons I want to believe is because they've also invested in this research and extension, including innovation. Now, in terms of R&D, again, 1% is what is being advocated for. If you look at African Union Commission several years ago, at least 1% is what was discussed that we need to put on the table. The question is, where is Africa today and what needs to be done in terms of funding? I know quite a number of institutions in Africa, they are receiving huge support. And I think this is one example that we are getting support from the European Union, among other entities. So you will see that that agenda in Africa sometimes is not necessarily being driven from the continent itself or individual countries. And I think there is a need for us to find ways and means of how we can be able to allocate more resources. So there is that engagement that will be required between the researchers, the scientists, and the policymakers, so that they can see the need to put those resources on the table. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then the implications are we're going to hinder innovation. So there'll be less of these incubation centers. There'll be less of young fellows who have got these brilliant minds that they want to innovate or invent, but there's no resources. There would be also a limit in terms of development of new technology. So Africa will continue to be the consumers of technology rather than producers of the technology. Of course, it has been clearly demonstrated that there would be slow economic growth rates because, again, we will have all that reliance from somewhere else. struggle to provide cutting-edge education. And again, universities are the fountain of knowledge, but if there is no research, there is no development, research development, innovation in the university, then you can imagine how the education sector is going to be hampered. There will be, of course, impediment in terms of ability to develop homegrown solutions. As I've said earlier, we will definitely have to rely on technologies that are produced somewhere else. And sometimes this technology might have to try to adopt, but it may not be that easy because they might not be able to fit the way we want. Reducing ability to compete in the global market, and you will see that without innovation, without technology, there will be less value addition as well. And then you end up exporting raw materials, for example, and not be able to create jobs and so on and so forth. Slow down, of course, economic diversification and industrialization will be the end result of all that. Now, in terms of policies and strategy, what do I propose that needs to be sort of enhancement of research and innovation? One, in enhancing research ecosystem, and there are quite a number of things. And I think some of the presenters much earlier, they have also talked about it. In addition to increased investment in research, there is need to build the capacity or infrastructure, if you like, for the research. It's not just training people, but making sure that you can create that enabling environment, supporting the human capital development and retaining that as well, promoting the collaboration, what is happening now, South-South, North-South collaboration. But also we need to be able to look at the translating research into action. And I think this is very important, looking at the intellectual property right, how we need to invest in terms of technology, transfer, public-private partnership, and entrepreneurial as well. We need to do quite a number of things in a manner that we can be able to generate income and be able to create employment as well. There is a need to do more of supportive of policies and regulatory environment as well, streamlining regulations, making sure that we can also look at the open science access. This is very important when you're looking at the issue of social justice, and invest in digital infrastructure because this is where things are happening now, and things are going to continue like that with artificial intelligence. How do we have more observatory and repository databases as well? Because we must be able to make decisions from an informed position. And in addressing the challenges, there's a need for us to be able to manage the brain drain, because we've trained quite a number of African fellows, but again, because of lack of that enabling environment, we tend to lose them. I would like to advocate for brain gain and where possible brain circulation as well. Because Africa, again, because of sometimes in some countries, but because of political instability, corruption is also an issue in some of the countries. And of course, bias and nepotism, all this under social justice research and development needs to be packed somewhere. And we have to pick the brains that we have so that they can be able to drive the agenda of research, development, and innovation as well. Ethical values to consider in research and development, they are numerous. And I've just given some of them here. Honesty and transparency is very important so that we minimize plagiarism, respect for persons in terms of doing the research, ethical values of research. Taking full responsibility towards sustainability is very critical. Being transparency and accountability, openness in doing research. And of course, scientific integrity as well is very, very important. And of course, when you go to specific research like biomedical research, artificial intelligence, all this will definitely require, more of ethical issues. It's very important that we recognize the networks, economic blocks that we have. I've not given this inconclusive. There are quite a number of others probably I've left out. We can add during the discussion. But the African Union plays a very critical role in terms of the Agenda 2063 with Pan-African universities. We have several partners, African, universities association, the banks, institutions, UN institutions such as UNESCO. We have, of course, African Academy of Science, World Academy of Science, we have International Science Council, and so on and so forth. But also, we must be able to continue discussing with the economic blocs as well. And we have quite a number, as you can see on my slide as well. It is very important as we go to the African Union, but also we need to start this conversation. Let me come home a little bit. I'm speaking from Vienna at the International Atomic Energy Agency. And this is where I would also want to shed more light on the peaceful uses of nuclear science and technology as well. And there are quite a number of areas that we focus on. We are contributing directly 9 out of the 17 SDGs and indirectly to the SDGs that have been presented to us. We are also part of contributing to the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. So you will see that we can be able, for example, because of time, using isotope hydrology to identify groundwater, using climate smart agriculture to enhance food productivity. We can also be able to use X-rays and E-beam on food irradiation. We can also be able to use, for example, radiation technology in terms of diagnosis and treatment of cancer. And of course, we also advocate for radiation technology such as non-destructive testing if we would like to do industrialization. And this is where we can be able to come in. And also, you will see in my subsequent slide, energy is also a major concern. If we have to industrialize, if we need to have more research in terms of innovations, in terms of incubation centers, in terms of development, definitely we need to look for other sources of energy to complement the ones that we have. The beauty of the agency is got several labs in all these areas that I've enumerated there. We have one lab in Vienna. These labs, there are several of them in Cybersdorf, and we have 8 of them in total. We also have laboratories related to marine sciences in Monaco. There are 3. And we are able to do all this sort of research. And this is an opportunity, again, for postgraduate and postdocs that they would like to do their work. We can be able to host them here. But just again, very quickly to give you 3 or 4 examples. One is when you're looking at the social justice, cancer is now a big challenge in the continent of Africa, where 70% Africans have no access to radiotherapy. More than 20 countries in Africa do not have a single radiotherapy center. And that's why the Director General initiated what we call the Rays of Hope. This is basically to look at the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. And we've started the journey. We've been doing for several years, but this is now a game changer where we have several countries like the ones I've mentioned, 7 of them in the first wave countries, that now we are able either to put their first radiotherapy center with the support of partners and donors, or expanding so that we can be able to treat more. And this again will enable Africans to be treated in Africa rather than spending a lot of resources to be taken abroad. And also building capacity, we have got what we call the anchor centers, and 4 or 5 countries in Africa are part of that. When you come to another example on food security, again, over 200 million, almost 278 million people in Africa, which represent 20.2% of the population in 2022 were facing hunger. 25 African countries import more than a third of the wheat needs. And you know the story. What happens in Ukraine and Russia actually affects the continent of Africa. And that's why we felt we need to be more innovative. And using nuclear techniques, we are able now to produce varieties of crops that can withstand certain challenges like soil salinity, or maybe drought, or scarcity of water, and so on and so forth. And we can also be able to use these techniques in livestock, for example, managing livestock diseases, and also be able to do characterization of livestock. Plastic is a major challenge. We all know that. Using radiation technology, we are now in the trial phase. We would be able to do recycling of the plastic challenge in the continent, and of course beyond Africa, and be able to contribute to the circular economy as well. But also we are able to use isotopic techniques to be able to monitor the microplastic in the both terrestrial and marine life as well. And this is one of the areas that I think is very important as well to be able to manage this challenge. Zoonotic disease, we just came out of COVID-19. You can see that this is another challenge, and we have this approach now under this initiative, what we call Zodiac, where almost 2.6 billion people every year they're affected by this disease. We partner with other sister institutions of the UN, such as FAO and WHO, to come with this One Health sort of approach, building capacity and capability, having laboratories in Africa, be able to do the analysis and be able to understand the dynamics of this disease. But of course, as I've said earlier, we have hydro, we have geothermal, we have renewable energy. But again, when a country decides they would like to embark on nuclear power, the agency has got what we call the 19 milestone approach, and we help countries to develop, their nuclear power, or they could also be able to use the energy planning tools so that they can be able to understand the supply and demand. Because again, over 600 million people in Africa have no access to reliable and reasonable source of energy. And I think if we are to develop, then definitely we have to bring this on the table as well. As you can see from the slide, quite a number of African countries are already embarking on this, and we are supporting them. As we go into the future, a more sort of a safer approach of small modular reactors, where you can be able to produce 100 megawatts instead of the 1,000 that big power plant would be able to do. Again, making sure that all the safety, security infrastructure is in place so that the technology would be able to be used in a safe, secure, and peaceful manner. My last slide, dear colleagues, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to advocate again on continue building capacity. And I think ARISE is one of that opportunity, making sure that we can be able to produce more masters and PhD so that people can go back and be able to run academic programs and produce more researchers. Stimulating research is very important, and be able to translate research into tangible outputs. Again, promoting training of trainers, institutions of higher learning, making good use of the regional centers of excellence, and be able to share under specific networks. But above all, whenever we have research equipment and facilities, we must be able to ensure that we can maintain them in a sustainable manner as well, so that we can continue building resilient institutions. But I think whatever we do, in my opinion, the socio-economic impacts are very, very important, because it's not just an issue of science, but the socialization of science. And this is where I want to bring the angle of how we can be able to bridge the gap of gender. At the IEA, for example, the Director General has initiated Marie Sklodowski-Curie, looking specifically at young women who want to pursue postgraduate training, or Liz Meitner program that people who are in their early careers, specifically for women, they will be able to take up these opportunities. And then, of course, the youth. As you all know, that almost 60% of the population in Africa is 35 and below. We must be able to have specific programs so that we can be able to entice and get our youth to go into the science, technology, innovation as well. But above all, as much as we have the scientists and be able to have researchers, we must be able to do mentorship and be able to have leaders, because we must be able to have that voice of science, the voice that we can be able to translate all this science into policy, and again into having an impact in the society and change the situation. That is the only way we can be able to work together. We collaborate, we cooperate, and build synergies so that we can be able to have the Africa that we want. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdulrazak. That is quite heavily loaded, and I'm sure the participants here the delegates would really have quite a number of questions for you. Prof has covered quite a number of areas, right from the justice that he's talking about in terms of research and innovation, especially with respect to Africa, ethical issues, but more so also offering us an opportunity to see how radiation technology can be utilized for driving science and technology in Africa. Would wish to give our other panelists a chance, but keep your questions. Prof had mentioned that he may leave, but I hope he could tolerate to stay a little longer, Prof. Just stay a little longer for some questions to come. We have other panelists here with us who are going to delve also into the issue of role with respect to leadership in catalyzing research and innovation with respect to development. Our next presenter on this is none other than Nomane, who is a former minister for ICT in Tunisia. Can we put our hands together for Prof?
Thank you very much. So I have a presentation of you. So thank you for allowing me to address you today. I feel stranger because I'm a fake physicist. I'm a geophysicist and a failed scientist who didn't manage to finish his PhD. And then I went downhill and became a minister of digital economy. But luckily, we started something called Startup Act, which some of you might know, and it became some sort of a norm for startups across the globe, across the African country. Then I came back to my roots and wanted to help scientists by creating an accelerator for deep tech, startups coming out of the scientific research. And we saw that there was not enough funding for these things, so we created a fund, and some people trusted me, poor guys, they trusted me with their money in order to invest. So I'm talking to you today with the whole value chain from science, government, as well as investor, and I will take you out of your word for a few minutes and bring you back to what we are talking about. We are here. We are past the inflection point. We used to cycle with a 30-degree, slope. We are cycling now. We need to cycle on a 70-degree slope. If you don't believe that, I'm sorry. We are there really. We are past the singularity point, since AI is nothing more than our collective intelligence put together, and mobility, the artificial intelligence, sports, comics. There are several investors in the countries, and in the Africa, and investment is going up for startups. So it's not that bad. The new generation is making something that we need to watch, really. So these are the countries who received most funding 2 years ago. So the title of my presentation is, how can we transform African scientific research, sorry for the mistake, into real economic value, social economic value. So let's talk about startups. Startups is like a pyramid. You start to have an idea, then you do a proof of concept, then you get the local investment, then regional, you become regional, then you become global. So this takes time. It takes an average between 5 and 10 years. Each floor, you need to spend 1 year to tweak, and you need your own funding to go to that level. This model this is example of Tunisia when we have couple of unicorns, one unicorn and 100 million company, startups, but I can do the same slides in Egypt and Nigeria and South Africa, in many other countries. So what about science-based startups issued from our research centers? They stop at this level. They stay in the lab. So it's not fertile. We have really good scientific research in many, not in every single country, but in many countries. But there is this glass ceiling. Why? It's simple, it's structural. The scientific research, if obviously you are a researcher, you are all aware of the technology readiness level. So the science in the lab reached technology readiness level 4, which means innovation demonstrated in the lab. The business, they take it only at technology readiness level 8 or 9, when there is practically, they see the business. But in between, there is the valley of death, which is technology level readiness level 5, 6, and 7, where we need to do the simulation, but not in the lab, outside. So there are some organizations who does that, but frankly speaking, our research is still not fertile. There is a glass ceiling where they stay in the lab. Why they stay in the lab? Glass ceiling or plastic ceiling in this case. We need to find ways to cross that valley of death. So he said, could we break the glass floor? So a bunch of us decided 3 years ago, okay, let's try to take this challenge and demonstrate that it's feasible. I will not bore you with too many slides. We saw 800 researchers. 136 say, oh, we'd like to transform our research into social economic value, therefore in a company. We took 24, we accompanied 24. 8 of those became have their own companies. Some of them stayed researchers as the chief scientist officer of the company. Some of them, they became entrepreneurs. So the numbers to remind here, we saw 800, we accompanied 24, 8 companies. So 1% of the people who heard about this became entrepreneur or created entrepreneur companies. 33% of the people we helped, they became entrepreneur. Scientists can become entrepreneur because they are intelligent, they work hard, they are disciplined, and they are cooperative. So it does work. So what are the lessons learned? I'll finish here. What are the lessons learned? There are a few lessons learned. In science-based startups, in normal startups, the gestation period is like rabbit, 2 months. But in science, it's bigger. It's like elephant, 2 years. It takes 2 years to make a baby, an elephant baby. But when the baby is big, is important, is impactful. Maybe in science is even mammoths. I don't know how much the period of gestation of mammoths, but it's certainly bigger than that. That's number one. So it takes time. Number two, the valley of death is between TRL, technology readiness level 5, and 5, 6, and 7. We need to combine public strength with private agility. Because until technology readiness level 4, it's public funding. From 8, 9, it could be private funding. But 5, 6, 7, you have to have public funding, but with the agility and the know-how of the private sector. And that's how our projects worked. And I would like you to upload the head of this project, Winu Muhammad. Can you stand up, Muhammad, if you are here? No? Is he? No? He's not here? Muhammad? Stand up, please. He's the tallest guy, by the way. Is there? Stand up, please. Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to know how, if you want to duplicate, we are into sharing, please contact Muhammad. So the second recommendation, so the first recommendation, you need to do TRL 5, 6, 7, public funding, private agility of the private know-how. If we spend 10% of our R&D budget If we spend it in technology maturation, which has been from the lab to technology readiness 7, we can, in a private-public partnership way, we can make real difference. We can ask the private sector to contribute, but it has to be public money. Recommendation 3, we have, let's be blunt, we have to create African-European deep tech startups, because there are things that we don't necessarily have that we will develop, but for now, let's create intra-African startups, deep tech startups, but also African-European. Let's be open around the world to create these startups, because it's a win-win situation. It's better than brain drain or RID, which is research in drawers. And the fourth recommendation is awareness to every single scientist that it's possible to transform the science into social economic value. This is a bit of the experience we had. I wanted to share with you. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable former Minister for ICT. It's usually important and very fulfilling to have a minister within your setting, because he can call names and connect you to the right focal points for technology and digitization. Our next presentation is coming from Dr. Patson Chitsadu, who is also the Director, Research Council of Zimbabwe, who is here with us. As they continue the presentation, kindly take note of your concerns, questions, or areas of clarification that would come soon after this presentation. Let's put our hands together.
Good morning, colleagues. Let me also start by acknowledging the work being done by the African Academy of Science, AAS, and ARISE. This being my first time to join an august house like this one, and speaking after the Honorable Minister, I feel also privileged to also contribute from the Zimbabwean perspective. May I start by appreciating my presence at this very good hotel, Radisson Blu. Of course, I am facing the land side, although I wished to face the seaside, the Mediterranean Sea. Because if you are facing the waters, you can visualize, you can actually stand up and visualize big things for your institution or for your country. So in any case, I like what I am here for. But suffice to say that the Research Council of Zimbabwe is providing leadership role in catalyzing research and innovation for development. What we are essentially saying is research should lead to industrialization, and industrialization should lead to development. And development, here we are saying production of goods and services for the country. We are putting a philosophy of thinking globally, but acting locally. I was, during break time, talking to a colleague from Tunisia, I was very happy to find out that they can actually assemble televisions and vehicles, which most of the African countries are not able to do. They usually import. We should, as leaders, lead in a situation whereby we cause for import substitution rather than to continue relying on other continents. We really need to push forward for development. And as leadership, how are we doing it? As the Research Council of Zimbabwe, you see, technology goes hand in hand with ICT. And I don't know whether I will be able to really do it, or my friend is going to come and join me in scrolling up this to save on time. I think you will help me with that. There are certain things that you should acknowledge you are not very good at, and you rely on others. So I will rely on him. So you'll be my co-presenter. As the Research Council of Zimbabwe, or RCZ, we are a body, statutory body established in terms of the Research Act. So it's an act of parliament which actually established this particular institution. There are other small research councils, but the Research Council of Zimbabwe superintends all, above all the other research institutes, either in agriculture, health, you name it, even universities. So the mandate in terms of this is to promote, direct, supervise, and coordinate research, and the vision, as you can see, is to be the pivotal leader in demand-driven research. Not just research for the sake of it, but demand-driven research for wealth creation and sustainable development by 2030. We are moving in sync with the national vision of the country. That is for an upper middle income economy by 2030 next. So functions of the Research Council, as you can see, coordinating national research science, technology, and innovation system, RSTI, mobilizing funds for research and development. So in terms of mobilizing research for development in Zimbabwe, we have, the government has deliberately set aside, of course, it's yet to fully function, but 1% of the budget, 1% of the national budget for research and development. I think this answers one question which was raised from the floor on how government can do it. And also, in terms of equipment for research and development, that can be delivered into the country without any duty. So already we are at least aligning to what was agreed when I was not yet part of this August gathering. Okay. Capacity building through scholarships and fellowships. As we are seated right now, at our office, there is Sarima from South Africa dealing with capacity building. So we are actually encouraging capacity building through other various networks. And this capacity building in research and development is starting at primary level. We are saying catch them young. Don't wait for people to get aged to involve them in research. It will be very difficult. So the curriculum, the education system is now tailor-made to actually capture the young ones at primary, secondary, and university level. At university level, there are now industrial hubs and innovation centers. So each and every university is supposed to do that. And I'm very happy that among us participants here, we have got some colleagues from the universities. So that's how, as leadership, we are trying to do that, advising on development and review of national policy, facilitating dissemination and uptake of results, research results, registration of researchers, both national and foreign researchers. That is being done by the Research Council of Zimbabwe. In terms of facilitating and dissemination, uptake of research results, I'll also be inviting colleagues here who are of like-minded to come to Zimbabwe. During the Zimbabwe Agricultural Show, we'll be running a symposium, we'll be running a conference for such issues. So that's how leadership is trying to catalyze. Okay, okay. Next. Next slide. I think some of the things you can read on. We've got partnerships with local industries, and we're also encouraging, this I've already said. Next, facilitating tax concessions for companies that channel funds. Okay, next. I think because of my time, I've already talked about funding high-impact researches, calling for national institutions to engage in collaborative research nationally and locally. For local, we have got companies, local companies, which can actually plow into the research fraternity. And for international, we are here. We are also trying to engage, and we encourage our research institutions that we superintend over to engage. Next, please. Thank you. I think
Thank you so much, Dr. Patson, for that highlight regarding the Research Council activities in Zimbabwe. This is actually also giving us indication on the leadership and how the leadership can catalyze research and innovation within a specific context. We want to slowly slide into panel discussion now, and there are certain questions that we need to address as we go into this panel discussion. One of the fundamental questions that we need to address is how our continent is able to spare GDP of some significant amount so that we can bring what I would call significant change in terms of scientific, innovative, and technological transformation in the continent. And here, you had a bit of what Professor Abdullah Sak talked about and the concerns that came up. And I would want, as we look at that question, we also take that into consideration. The other important issue that we need to deal with is how some of the innovative ways that are coming through, especially even through our ARISE fellows, can be utilized to unlock some policy areas for greater investment into science and innovation area. And one of our presenters or one of our panelists is a former PS and also currently ambassador in Belgium, Professor Bitange. I hope he's online. Then we have here with us our colleagues who are actually also here. We have also Professor Maria Leptin. There are quite a number of our presenters. I would want to give each one of them just below 5 minutes each to indicate clearly how we can, following those preliminary remarks by our three earlier presenters, how we can address this issue of catalyzing the so-called research and innovation for development in our context. Prof. Leptin, are you in? Are you online? Are you online?
Are you asking me or?
Okay. So can we, Prof. Bitange, can you go ahead, sir?
Yes. Thank you so much for the question, and I think much has been said, but I want to emphasize the fact that Africa is very lucky in the sense that God has given it so many problems, and it is problems that seek solutions that we should be working towards solving those problems. But we have never linked policy and those problems that we have. I say this, for example, look at poverty, for example. Poverty is something that we can eliminate leveraging data and beginning to understand that without the data, without data for farmers, for example, they cannot come out of poverty because they need data on the soil quality, soil type, they need data on what crop you can grow to be able to earn significant amount of money, what activity you can do with that. And we have all the technologies to deliver these messages to farmers, leveraging emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. But governments in Africa, I blame government and I blame ourselves, those who are in research. Governments have not invested in research because they have not been able to link the two, that we can solve the problems through research. And then I blame ourselves, those who do research, in the sense that many of the people we are talking about are people who have had education in the Western world, that they have failed to build collaborations with the former classmates, with former professors, and with this you can begin to build towards independence. We need to encourage our leaders to have the culture of innovation so that we can now begin to talk seriously about sorting out the major problems that we have. If you look, you take, for example, what I said in terms of collaborative research, a lot of people are doing it, but sometimes I'm saying we because there is things that we ought to be doing. If you look, for example, at the amount of money, the money that has been given by EU, for example, for research, or you find we don't train young people to write proposals, to access those resources. You can actually isolate only 2 countries that have utilized those research funds that are available, because the young people who are supposed to get the resource don't know how to write research proposals. So we have a lot of resources available to us to do research, but we need to connect and understand that it is through creativity and innovation that we can solve the major problems that we have. And the leaders must begin to embrace, to respect and embrace those who are doing research. We have not shown that the research we do indeed affect the citizens, so that the policymakers can begin to understand. And I think in some countries, Kenya, for example, where you found maybe academics who have moved into policy, you see a lot of impact because they understand the 2 sides. We need to do a lot of preaching. There are many ways we can look for resources. I said, for example, governments can give tax incentives or credits or deductions for companies that invest in research and innovation. That is not being done. We can begin to do that. We can begin to do crowdfunding, where we utilize crowdfunding platforms to raise small amounts of money from large number of people. There are people who know that we need research in healthcare, we need research in agriculture, and can be able to give some money. We look at the grant competitions, which are all over the place, such that you end up creating a culture of innovation where people work towards getting the resources. There is complacency where people don't make efforts to look for these resources, yet there are so many platforms which are offering this. There are grand challenges globally. So we shouldn't just blame governments that they are not doing it. There are some aspects where we should blame ourselves for not working towards ensuring that research funds are available. And as I said, I will repeat it several times. I know there are several research groups in Western world wanting to work with people in Africa to be able to do, to get some results. But we are not doing it. We have not done it. So lastly, I would say that it is for us, those who understand both ends, research, policy, to be able to bring this together. And then we look at these creative ways of doing it. If we want to be independent, then we look at areas where we can raise money, like tax incentives, I said, crowdfunding, and compete for grants that are available. So we should blame ourselves first before we begin to say, we are not getting this, we are not getting equipment, but we should do what it takes to be able to do it before we start throwing stones at other areas. Of course, AU talked about 1%. They have not done it. Nobody has, we have not gone to lobby. We have not seen academics in Ethiopia, in Addis, fighting to get research funds, which the AU promised that every country should put aside. So we don't have a lobby group. We don't have motivation to do such kinds of things. So I'm just throwing this to the other side so that we understand that we also have a role towards creating an environment where we are able to do research for the continent. I would stop here, and then I can hear from you.
Thank you so much, Professor Biteme. Can we put our hands together for Prof? Following that insight on how we can unlock opportunities that are available and potential for raising resources to finance research and innovation in the continent, we want to ask ourselves that as Africa or Pan-Africa, we have a vision to be prosperous, to be versatile, and to really make science and technology and innovation as well as the primary drivers for our socio-economic transformation in the continent. And a question that we also need to address, how we can utilize this platform that has been put in our hands, ARISE, as a vehicle through the African Union, European Union cooperation, how we can expand on this. And the question which we would want Laurent to address for now is how we can leverage on this scientific cooperation to achieve this vision. Laurent.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I didn't prepare a presentation. I understand it was going to be a conversation with the audience as a round table. As a matter of fact, you are around the round tables, and I feel like I'm at the doctor waiting for my turn, or at the hairdresser. I'm a scientist by training. I got a PhD in artificial intelligence, which is quite high on the political agenda today. A couple of years later, I moved to research policy, research funding, French Ministry of Science and Technology, and then very quickly to the European Commission, where I spent most of my career in different positions, DG Research and Innovation, but also in EU delegation around the world, which gave me a good opportunity to observe what's going on in the world. This session is dedicated to the African context, and it's very important to recognize that Africa has a lot of strength. Very young continent, 1.3 billion people, predicted to reach 2.5 billion by 2050, so that is China plus India. Lots of resources, minerals, arable land, biological materials, and also a strategy, an agenda 2063, and a very ambitious agenda. We don't have such an ambitious agenda in the EU. We mostly look at the Agenda 2030 as our compass. You have this strategy, and you run by decades. You just finished the first decade, STISA, Strategy for Science, Technology, Innovation 2024. You're starting the second decade that you call the decade of acceleration, which I believe it's the opportunity to really make progress. As you probably know, there are a lot of objectives for the next 10 years, including an African passport, which should solve some of the problems we have already talked. Also, an African virtual university, which will also be a great place to advance knowledge. Europe is looking at Africa as the #1 geostrategic partner today. We have a lot of ties, historical, cultural, commercial, and we want to work very closely with Africa on a basis of equal partnership, as we have been discussing before. So last time the heads of states met in 2022, they agreed on a joint vision based on equity, based on respect and mutual benefits. And research is a cornerstone of that strategy. And this is why we have invested, for instance, in a program like ARISE, because we want to strengthen capacity in Africa, but we also want to cooperate Europe, Africa together towards the global challenges, the SDGs, for instance, which are common challenges for the globe, but also regional challenges, as we have around the Mediterranean, for instance. The last example of this is the innovation agenda, which was adopted 8 months ago by the Ministers for Research and Innovation from both sides. Not a new funding program, but a catalyst for trying to bring together all the ongoing activities, programs, initiatives, and ensure that the research cooperation leads to tangible results, solutions, products, processes, and so on. So I want to encourage the next generation of scientists which are here, and this is the reason why we're here, to inspire these people who will become the key drivers for the future. You are developing this strategy, STISA 2034. We will be preparing our next program beyond Horizon Europe, which we call now FP10. And with this innovation agenda, it's important that we try to see where we can align our priorities and expected results. And I will finish this, mainly looking at the grantees, trying to inspire them. You've seen our scientists can become ministers. Modestly called field scientists. I mean, nobody of you want to be associated as failed scientist, but even if you don't do as well as some people expect, you can become a minister, and then you can become an entrepreneur, an innovator. Or you can become a key person in innovation funding agency. Who, after 1 month, already thinking how to raise funding for research in Zimbabwe. And, or you can become, like me, a science diplomat trying to relate science with the biggest challenge we have. And increasingly, those challenges are complex, multidisciplinary, and require a good understanding if you want to be able to develop the right solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laurent, for bringing out very clearly the framework for a very strategic partnership and cooperation between Europe and Africa for purposes of inspiring innovation, research, and technology in Africa. At this point, I want to invite our next panelist, Vanessa, to just briefly indicate how we can also leverage on existing agreements and commitments. For example, the 2030 Agenda, Paris Agreement, Addis Ababa Action Agenda, on how these particular instruments can be of benefit to our young scientists and even research institutions. Vanessa, if you are there, just below 5 minutes, if you can comment on this.
Thanks, Professor Agong. Hello, colleagues. And it's really, I wish I could be with you in Tunisia today, but I'm happy to be able to join you remotely. So just to give a brief introduction, my name is Vanessa McBride. I'm the Science Director at the International Science Council. And the IAC is an organization that has a number of other organizations as its members. We have about 250 organizations. Some of them are national and regional academies of science, and yet other of the organizations are discipline-specific scientific unions. So our mission is to be the global voice for science. And I think to respond to Professor Agong's question, that's really to a large extent to raise the voice of science around the sustainable development goals and what scientific contributions to those goals can be. So focusing a bit on what we've learned in the wake of things like the 2030 goals for sustainable development around the African Agenda 2063, I also just wanted to go back to the keynote, to Professor Abdul Razak's talk about really socializing science into the fabric of society, because that's where we see at the moment the biggest gap, and where we think that young leaders coming up through this ARISE program can potentially play a huge role. So we know that we're not on track to reach the targets and the goals set for sustainable development by 2030, and that the new sort of Summit of the Future, which will be happening later this year in September, is really a sort of a call to bring visibility to the fact that, you know, we're going to let these goals slip. But this is happening in an environment of increasing geopolitical complexity. We know there's a lot of focus at the moment on international peace and security. So what is the role that science, technology, and innovation, and specifically the response from the African continent, can play in these big sort of complex challenges. And I think we should take it as an opportunity to be inspired and to rise to the challenge, to use a pun there. Because the problems that we're facing around socioeconomic development are not easy things to solve, where you can just put an engineering solution or a science solution. These are real complex problems. They involve trade-offs, they involve building consensus. And science is one way of contributing to the problem, but it's not the only way. It's part of a dialogue across broader society that involves all of us. It involves policymakers, it involves science, it involves communities that are at the coalface to some of these challenges. And it involves really the spirit of Africa, the sense of Ubuntu, of being able to collaborate together and work across boundaries. So I think that leadership in the R&I space is particularly important because leaders have the opportunity of showing us, how we can address some of these challenges. It shows under good leadership, under scientific excellence, it shows us, how we can come together and bring a whole society approach to some of these big challenges that we hope to address through the Summit of the Future, and that have come out as a result of many of these agreements that Professor Agong has referred to. And maybe just to highlight an example of this, at the International Science Council, we just recently closed a call for proposals around pilot science missions for sustainability, which really is an embodiment of this idea of science being embedded in the fabric of society. The call was open to help communities address specific challenges related to sustainable development goals. But it was not a call that was a science-only approach. Science was merely one part of a holistic solution to this. So I think that's really a challenge for leadership, and I think it will be something inspiring for the leaders of tomorrow to address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vanessa, for that very well elaborated indication on the way forward. We are coming slowly to allow also the plenary for feedback on these presentations. Allow me now to invite Maria, if you are online, just below 5 minutes, just to give us some indications on what ARISE, learning, especially the lessons learned from ARISE, would be utilized in terms of championing academic freedom for researchers. Maybe you learned that even to come into Tunisia, it was quite some effort, that free movement of scientists in the continent is still a challenge. Maybe if you could just comment on this, on how we can make it easier for partnership between scientists and even between institutions, as we also look at relevant policies that could unlock that freedom that we are talking about in terms of scientific ecosystem within the continent. Maria, could you be online?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Hello. Yes, I'm sorry for being in and out, but I've got other meetings that were scheduled, so I've just sent everybody out of the room. Can somebody please shut that door? Well, it doesn't matter. We'll just have to make do with this. So, I wish I was with you in Hammamet. It would be much nicer than it is here in Brussels. And, but either way, I'm happy to be able to speak to you briefly. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in an ARISE conference, an organization that shares many of the principles of the ERC. The ERC, as you know, was created by the EU in 2007 at the request of the European scientific community, and has been very effective in supporting curiosity-driven frontier research across all fields, with scientific excellence as the sole selection criterion. As part of the EU framework program for research and innovation, it's given Europe an additional, it complements the top-down approaches by being an additional bottom-up instrument. And it provides a benchmark for excellence in European research evaluations. The ERC has funded over 13,000 researchers who've received ERC grants across all of Europe, and with 2/3 of them going to the younger generations of early and mid-career researchers. That's 2 to 12 years post-PhD. And we give them the means to set up their own groups of postdocs, PhD students, and technical staff. The ERC has, by this mechanism, really contributed to encourage and support new generations of leaders in science and research. 14 of our grantees have subsequently won Nobel Prizes. 16 have got the Fields Medal, 11 the Wolf Prize. There have also been Abel Prizes and many other prestigious international awards. But that is just a sign, that's just a little symbol. If we look at their actual output, we see that the ERC-funded researchers have made breakthroughs in many critical technologies, quantum computing, solar cells, and many others, AI, of course. And 40% of ERC projects have produced results that are subsequently cited by patents. It's important to make sure that what comes out of inspiring research like this is known widely. And some of our grantees are very good at sharing their passion for science and engaging with the public. And we award these, we have a competition for these people, to award them with the ERC Public Engagement with Research Award. And it's really wonderful what people come up with beyond their actual science to engage the public, whether it's school classes, whether it's citizens throughout an entire city or whatever. And I find this very important because I think communicating by scientists to the public what they do with their money is important. So ERC is open to creative ideas from researchers regardless of nationality. We hold seminars around the world to increase applications of non-European scientists. And of course, we have so-called implementing arrangements. It's a really awful name, but it's a mechanism by which scholars from elsewhere in the world can be sent to Europe for brief visits to ERC teams to improve international cooperation. And since 2015, one of these partnerships is with the National Research Foundation of South Africa. And we're proud to say that our grantees here within Europe come from all corners of the world, including some 20 from African countries, mainly South Africa, but also Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Cameroon, and Tanzania. So turning to ARISE, allow me to congratulate those who brought about and who managed this initiative. And I would also like to very warmly recognize the efforts of my predecessor, Jean-Pierre Bourguignon, who was ERC president, and who I know was very much engaged with these activities and drove them forward. In the current pilot phase, which is mainly funded through the EU, we've heard about it with additional support coming from Carnegie, supports some 600 early to mid-career researchers across Africa, led by 47 PIs, hosted in 38 African countries. So I'm very happy to see that these people are widely distributed across Africa and not just focused in a few of the more active countries, but really engaging across the entire continent. And what seems very important to me is that ARISE awards substantial grants for a 5-year period. We know that this can really change the way research can work, as they don't have to fundraise all the time, but they can focus on pursuing an idea without constantly being worried about having to apply and reapply. Another success factor for ARISE has been the decision to use a bottom-up approach, like the ERC, for funding research, which allows the researchers themselves to identify new opportunities and directions in their own field. This catalyzes research and innovation for development. We've seen that here in Europe, and I'm sure we'll be seeing it in Africa. And this is where the real scientific breakthroughs will come from that will benefit science and indeed all of mankind. So I thank you for your attention, and I'm sorry that I'm here for only such a short time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Maria, for that very wonderful presentation. We want just to take a few minutes of your lunch time to get into plenary, to allow the audience also to give us feedback. We'll take about 10 minutes of your time if you could bear with us on that.
I think I can do 5. I've just sent a whole group of people outside the office to wait for me, and they themselves have. So I'll do 5 minutes of questions.
Excellent. So can we are picking the first 3 questions. If you have a question to Professor Maria, because she's about to leave, but we have also our other panelists here. The first question. Maybe I could ask Maria, it is wonderful to have you present to our young scientists and even the African Academic Governing Council here. We really appreciate the support we continue to receive from ERC, and we would want that, like you've indicated, as we now mature, you mature with us and expand the funding horizon to this continent so that we can be what I would call the strategic partner, as was also indicated by Laurent, that indeed Europe and Africa should be strategic partners. But you have seen the success story here of ARISE, and a lot can still be done. Could you maybe just indicate, with the comfort of being also a scholar like quite a number who are in this room, that indeed we continue to be strategic partners?
Yes. I think you raise an important point, and I think there is a strong desire among scientists, again, bottom up, from the ground, without having to be told in any way, to engage with colleagues in Africa. This is, of course, true anyway for people who work on issues in Africa, but what's becoming clear, and I see a lot of this, for instance, recently the meeting of the heads of international research organizations who focus on health research was held in South Africa. And there was a very strong commitment for them, in particular in the field of human genetic data, rather than for American and European labs to use African data, instead to collaborate and to produce the data in Africa and to engage with colleagues there. I think this is being recognized very widely. I've seen it in other contexts as well. And of course, personal contacts matter very much for this purpose. And that's one of the reasons why these so-called implementing arrangements for young Africans to come to European research teams matter so much. Once these contacts exist, it's so much easier to implement in the future productive scientific collaborations between the two continents.
Thank you so much. Can we pick, do we have a moving mic in? We have got 3 hands. We'll start with the lady. Then we pick those 4 to start with.
Thank you very much. I'm Luko Viseke from the African Union Development Agency. I have 3 points I need to raise. The first one, I just need to find out if our European counterparts are still willing to go beyond the 3% of GDP as a Barcelona target, or to keep it fixed for the forthcoming Framework Program 10 as flagged by Ambassador Laurent, Dr. Laurent. Number 2, I also need to flag something for our African continent. We have been keeping the 1% for the last 44 years. That is not great. And we were discussing with member countries last week with Dr. Peggy to see our member countries, because they are our bosses, they can review that target accordingly, because we don't have the mandate as AU organs to impose to our bosses to change the target. The reason why I'm saying so is because now we are part of another league. We are part of the G20 plus. So where we have 19 countries plus the European Union and the African Union. We cannot just continue having the 1% that we have been keeping since the era of the Organization of African Unity. And the last part, I think we cannot really be shy. The future of the world is belong to Africa. And we need free education. I think Zimbabwe adopted Education 5.0 beyond the 3.0, where we have teaching, research, and advocacy, where now we are adding innovation and entrepreneurship. Why are we saying so? We need also free education, basic education, secondary education, because we need to support other continents. The population going down, and then we need good quality education on our side to support other continents, because COVID did show us that we have the same blood and we have the same responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, very briefly, maybe very briefly, I'll respond to that one, and I'm afraid I'll then have to leave. So I subscribe to everything you say, and I think education matters massively. We depend on that. Especially educating young people to understand facts, to understand the scientific method. So it's not only important for them to go into research careers and to train people who can do that, or into research administration, but for everyone to understand how facts are generated and what the scientific method is. With regard to the budget, I couldn't agree more, and I think there are many here who are calling for the European budget for research and development to finally meet its 3% target. Among the individual countries, of course, some have gone beyond that, but many others haven't. And I'm hoping that the next framework program will be massively increased, because it's not only Europe who needs it, it's the whole world who needs it. So if I may, I will excuse myself now. Like I say, I have a group of people who I was scheduled to see much earlier and who are waiting outside my office. So thank you very much for having me here, and I wish you a wonderful Congress, and I hope for all of us to be able to create a better world.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you. Can we take those 2 hands which were up? Yes.
Good morning, Maria. I'm Professor Moati. Are you still there, Maria? No, she's gone.
I am still here. If you have a very brief question.
A very brief question. I'm a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of ARISE with our friend Jean-Pierre. And do you think that if, as we all want, there is a second round of ARISE, do you think possible that ERC be even more directly involved in the management of the European side of a project? Do you think it's possible, it's an opportunity, or not?
it sounds like an opportunity, but I can't promise anything without looking into it very directly. But my colleague Sabine Zimros is here. She has taken note, and we will look into it and pursue it. I think we should do whatever we can. Yeah, just come back in. We should do whatever we can to intensify our interactions.
Thank you so much, Maria. We have one last one.
I've really got to go. My group is coming back in.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maria. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Atrida Mlonga from the National Science and Technology Council of Zambia. My comment, it's more of a comment rather than a question. It's related to the talk by Professor, is it Bitang?
Yes, Professor Bitange.
Bitange, yes. He was pointing a blame at the researchers and the government as to why there's this continued complaint of low funding for research, and that maybe the researchers are to blame as well. But I would rather we look at the boundary. There is this silent giant that we have not paid attention to. Who is managing that boundary between the research and the policymakers? And they come in form of academies of sciences, for instance, science councils, like the one I'm coming from, science communicators. Because we, I think, sometimes overburden the researchers. We expect the researcher to conduct the research, come up with solutions, and we want them again to be the ones to take the message to the researchers. Sometimes you are not good at telling your stories. Somebody else must pick your story and take it where it is supposed to be. So I think as governments, we need to highlight the role and strengthen the role of these boundary managers. And then maybe we can solve that problem so that they help to translate the outcomes of the research into actionable recommendations that then the policymakers would use. Because mostly they would make pronouncements based on not so much evidence, really. So you need this person that will relay from one end to another. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that concern. I'm not very sure whether Professor Bitange demo is still online. Prof, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
The concern has come up that the blame has been more or less geared towards the researchers, yet the boundaries seem to be under other people's tutelage. What is your comment on this?
I understood what she was talking about. You know, when, like in health, where there is a lot of...
Did you understand the question?
Let her clarify it, then I can do it.
Oh, sorry, we can't hear, Prof.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes. I can say examples where, especially in health, where the government usually seeks research output to make certain policy decisions. It has worked because they know the importance of that. There are some areas where government doesn't even pay attention because they assume. And that's why I was saying that where you find the synergy between researchers and policymakers, where the synergy is good, the research is implemented. Sometimes it is researchers who take too long to finish, or the resources take longer, and then government moves on with other things. So we both blame this issue, because I'm giving you practical, because we relied on research especially in the ICT sector in Kenya, we worked very closely with the researchers to do what we did. Some sectors, the synergy wasn't working. So that, I don't know whether I'm answering the question, but you probably understand what I'm saying.
Right, thank you so much, Prof. Basically, the moment we rely on the funding institution to guide research and scientific agenda, of course, definitely there would be some interface where you would find that if the academies do not play an important role, it would be very difficult to guide policy evolution in terms of policy that would help scientific growth. Because you find scientists are funded to do some specific scientific work, and therefore it becomes very difficult to be independent. But the academies are largely supposed to be independent advisors and policy shapers in the continent and even elsewhere. I want to give, because in the interest of time, I want to give just a minute each to each one of our panelists here. Also just to give a feedback on some of the concerns which have been raised, starting with Laurent, just below a minute, just give a...
Can use this microphone also.
Yes, Val, thank you very much. I think it was a very rich discussion, and I hope our grantees got inspired. I will just take three take-home message. First one, we were discussing education a minute ago and the importance of investing in education. And I just want to remind you that this is the year of education for the African Union. And I've been following this since I arrived in Addis, which is a huge opportunity. It was a lot of work to make this happen. And the year will end at the end of this year. And it's really the right time to also feature what you are doing as part of the year of education, and partly what you do in terms of translating all this research output into education materials. The second one, I'm very happy that Maria Leptin, Professor Leptin, mentioned at least twice this possibility for developing and implementing arrangement. This is a very useful bottom-up tools that would benefit the grantees, giving them opportunity to work closely with ERC grantees of their choice. It's a very simple mechanism. I worked with it when I was in Beijing with the National Science Foundation of China, and it was a very powerful tool to develop links bottom up. And my third point is, I understand the second meeting, and there will be probably more meetings, and I'll be happy to follow the development of this cohort of grantees that I call the Arise Champions. And I will be happy also to be here in 20 years, and when all of us could meet again, where we would count how many Nobel Prize, how many Elon Musk from Africa, and how many possibly ministers. And that's all. So best wishes to our grantees again.
Thank you. I have maybe one or two quick questions. I'll take two examples. Tunisia, we have 580 research institutions, 20,000 researchers. But transforming that into social economic value, we are lagging behind. Other countries find solution to that. If I take France, France created something called SAT, Société d'Accélération Transfer Technology. They matured the technology. They created, and you have been part of that creation. 10 years ago, they created these specific bodies who their role is transfer from the research, from the lab to the market. Over 10 years, they have transformed 3,000 technologies from the labs to the market. And every single penny, every single euros they put in there, they did a study, the government, I mean the economy, gained 17 euros. So what we really need to think, in addition to keep the push on the research, to create these transformers, call them whatever you want, but these transformers from the research, from the lab to the market. In France, we did a study. It cost every technology to go from the lab, I mean, on average, obviously, out of the 3,000 technologies, costed 3,000 euros. 300,000 euros to transform a technology to the market, on average. They were 3,000 technology, $1 billion, so 300,000. The test that we did in Tunisia, with all its inefficiency, it costed 50,000 euros for the 8 I spoke to about it. So it is much cheaper for us to do that transformation. We just need to believe it and create these transformers from the lab to the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me just also try to raise one or two issues and a challenge to all of us here, particularly researchers. Number one, in terms of agriculture, food is a basic necessity. Without food or availability of food, there's no security in any environment. Hungry people are angry people. So in Africa, the poverty that has been talked about somehow can be relative if we harness our resources. Let me just challenge researchers in the area of fertilizer production. If you see fertilizer, especially in my country, in Zimbabwe, the cost of transporting fertilizer is astronomous. But what are you actually transporting is just a small ingredient of fertilizer. The bulk of the 50 kg bag or whatever is sent. So how should we, as scientists, approach that? So that when you are delivering fertilizer, you are also delivering lime. When you are applying fertilizer, you are also applying lime. I think there should be such possibilities as we move on in the agricultural sector. Secondly, let me just thank the Academy of Science and ARISE for this particular gathering, and also EU. When I met someone from EU just after dispatching from the flight yesterday, I was like, what are they doing? But I've gained so immensely, particularly after the presentation by the colleague from Addis and the AU as well. So we have to champion research or perish. That's what I was told by one of the prominent professors from Zambia. I don't know whether he's still there, Professor Hans Nkule. I want to thank you very much for your attention. Let's have Silicon Valleys and Shenzhenis in Africa, where people can actually go and say, yes, things are now happening in Africa. Other people should come to Africa to see the developments in terms of research and development for efficient production of goods and services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have slowly come to the end of this session. We want to really thank all the panelists, those who are online, linking us with us virtually, and also those who are with us here physically. We want to really appreciate the fact that we are all key stakeholders in ensuring that we catalyze innovation and research in the continent. Number two, that we still need to partner strategically with important partners like the European Union, of course, African Union, plus all the other key players that are also represented in this meeting here, in order to ensure that we take charge of the leadership in ensuring that scientific and technological development in Africa is enhanced and sustained. Otherwise, I want to hand over now to the Master of Ceremony to give us the marching orders. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for the panelists?
Thank you very much for this second session. Thank you for Professor Stephen Agong. You can applaud him, please. And all the participants also. So now we have 45 minutes for lunch, and is it okay? No? You want more or less? Less, sure. It's democracy, okay? We can vote if you want. No, normally 45 minutes, yes? 45 minutes, so we come back at 2:15. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.